Hello everybody and welcome. Let's do a live stream. Now you guys know the routine if you've seen them before. I've got to get my laptop pulled up here and well, that one worked out quicker that time. Let me stick a message in here right quick. All right. Make sure that says what I want. All right, there we go. Keeps asking me if I want YouTube TV. No, I do not. I have to tell it this every time. Okay, there we go. All right, let's go. We're going to be playing Calmlands. All the mods are installed and activated. So now guys, if you remember in the last episode, we extended this soybean field that we have. And we're going to finish that today, and then we're going to get it planted. I'm not really sure how long this live stream will last. I do not think it's going to be, 5-6 hours like the last one was. Let's take a look right here, just right quick, see what we got going on. Because I have to, okay, and then we'll have to, so we're going to continue right here, guys. We're going to plow up the rest of this field, and we're going to get this thing planted. So let's get started. Let's get started. Here we go. Whoa, what happened? Oh, wait. Ah. I gotta put it back on to allow create fields. I may have turned that off myself. I was thinking I didn't, but I probably did, just to be on the safe side when I came back in here. So that's okay. There we go. Well, this will probably be one of the biggest fields I've ever had, guys. And this island right here, it's going to be hard for helpers to work around. But it'll be cool too. I did this before, and it was difficult for the helpers to work around. I had to kind of like direct traffic and stuff, but we were able to get it done. Now I'll show you on the map really well. You can kind of see right there on the map that's pulled up there, like how many plots of land this field is actually going to be taking up. We'll pull up the big map though. I'll just go ahead and do that right now, just so you can see. Look here. So we're going to be covering all the way from up here, all this area here. And it would have been cool to have this go all the way up here, one big field, but the entrance to our farm is right here. The dealership is over here where we sell our stuff at, mostly soybeans. So we put in a road, our own little dirt road that went up the hill right there. So we're going to have two fields in there. Now, one thing I got to do, guys, I'm not happy. I have not figured out exactly how I want to, like, situate my laptop to make it easier for me to be able to see when somebody comes into the room or into chat or just starts watching. Not everybody shows up in chat just because they're watching, but that's okay. It's cool when people do pop into chat. I can say hello to them. But for now, I'm just trying to get it to where it's easier for me to see what's going on. So I think that'll work. I'm probably not going to do a real long live stream today, guys. I'm just going to, I want to get this field planted. Make sure it's all taken care of and everything. Again, that's probably all I'm really going to try to get done today. I've got things to do tomorrow, so I can't stay up all night. Now, this is something I really wish I could hire a helper to do also. But I can't do that. It won't let me use a helper when we're creating new fields. So I have to do this myself, and by the time I get this done, guys, my hand's going to be hurting. But thankfully, the rest of it, the fertilizing I'll probably do myself, which will be the next step after this. I don't really need to fertilize all this back here, though. I'll probably do it, but I don't know that it's going to help a lot, because after I do that, and then I plant, of course, the seeder also puts down fertilizer. And as you can see, we're almost out of money, but anyway, the seeder puts down fertilizer, and it's not really going to do any good, because you can't do 2 layers of fertilizer one after the other. You have to do some type of operation on the field between the layers of fertilization for it to register. So I hope everybody had a good day. I've had a pretty good day. A long one, though. It's 11 o'clock at night where I live. I kind of wanted to get on here a little bit earlier, but I needed to relax just for a while before I did this. Now, what I am doing right here, guys, is I'm just simply going to cut in the new extension to the field, and then I will go back and I will plow the existing part of this field. Now, I've already fertilized this part back here, so I don't think I will take the fertilizer spreader over this new part, because I've already fertilized the original field with the fertilizer sprayer, and I just go back and forth, guys. It doesn't matter how this gets done, just as long as it gets done. So I'm just going back and forth. Go one direction, then go back around, go in the other direction. And I was kind of guessing in my last live stream that this field probably will produce for us I don't know, I'm guessing around $500,000 worth of soybeans. I'm hoping it'll be more than that, but that's my guess, 500,000. And we'll find out. Now, when I played on this map before, on my PS4, I actually had potatoes down here on this end of this section of the map. I had a big potato field down here, and then I actually did another potato field, which I might do it again. Oh, I knew it. I knew I swung that a little bit wide. There we go. We can't leave that. We've got to get that out of there. Thankfully, the plow will work in reverse. So if I do miss a spot, oh, just like that right there. See, I knew I was going through because I go too fast. I always just want to run full speed, which is not that fast when you're plowing, but it's fast enough. But it kind of, I oversteer it. And if you're new to my live streams on this map, I do not like having fields with square corners, 90-degree angles. I don't mind if, you know, like one edge of the field is straight or something like that, if that's what needs to be. But I try to avoid it. Sorry guys, had to yawn. But I try to avoid that, and I don't put square corners. I will round off all the corners, because I think it looks cool on this map, because all the roads, the dirt roads, are all curved. So I like for the field to kind of match that. Now on some maps like No Man's Land, I actually do like having the square corners on everything. So that's what I have on that map. And I don't have much going on that one either. I haven't played on it that much. A little bit I did. I kind of have like my home place and all that stuff. I'm using the same RV as I have on this map. This is Calmlands. And I'm going to start another map, Elm Creek. But I'm not sure when I'll start that. But I want to do that map because on that map it already has production chains. They're already available for purchase. I could put production chains on this map, and I was thinking about that. I was thinking about doing that. But I just don't know where I would put them, and almost every time you put down a building, it changes the landscape, the terraforming a little bit. And it can be really tricky. And I'm not good with the landscaping tools. I can use the paint tool a little bit, but I'm not good with the terraforming tools. In fact, I can never get the terraforming tools to do what I want, so I gave up on that. I gave up on it. Yeah, now this right here is really it's gonna throw, we gotta be careful. I don't want to hit that there because I want this to stay like it is. It is going to make it really tricky for the helpers to work around that. But I've done it before, and I think it's a real cool feature. In fact, I may even have another field that has an island like that in it. I don't know. This was the only one I did that in, I think, for on my PS4. And I was telling you guys before in one of my other episodes, I bought like this memory stick thing, thumb drive, flash drive, something. I don't know what it's called, but anyway, it's a 2 terabyte like memory stick, and it said that it was for PS4, PS5, and I'm sure the thing would work for either PS4 or PS5, but I thought it worked for both. And that's what I wanted because I knew I was getting a PS5. So I bought that thing so I could put my PS4 stuff on it, and then I would be able to play it on the PS5. But that's apparently not what it meant. It meant one or the other, because when I tried to use it with the PS5, it said I had to reformat it. And of course, reformatting it is going to wipe out the memory that's on it. So it still has all my my PS4 gameplay on it, but I can't get that downloaded or uploaded to the PS5. So I'm just having to start over. And that's okay. But I did have Elm Creek. I had Calm Lands, and I had No Man's Land. And then on my PS5 here, I have, I'll actually have to look at it on the introduction screen if I think about it one of these days, because I don't even remember the name of the map that I have on there. It's actually a forestry map. And I do not have much experience with forestry other than just some very minor stuff, very small scale stuff. I did want to kind of try to learn a little bit about it. So we may do some of that at some point in time. Seems like I got a long ways to go here, guys. But that's okay. We're going to stick with it until we have this thing planted with soybeans. Now, I was going to mention the money up there. We did find some collectibles, and we were able to harvest the existing field right here, and that got us $147,000 soybeans, and we were able to buy the rest of the land that we needed to be able to complete this field. My original goal was not to have this entire section as one big crop, but I think that's going to work out real good for us. It's going to have a nice shape to it. It's going to be big, so that might make it look a little bit out of place in a way, because it is going to be so big. And then one thing here too, just plowing up this grass right here is not all the plowing we have to do. We still have to go back and plow the original field. I just harvested it and I fertilized it. So when we get through planting it, we'll have like a 100% fertilization. But on this part down here, we will not. We'll only have like 83 to 87% or something like that. And that's just how it is. When you plow up the grass, you do get fertilization out of it, but it's not like a 50%. It's only like 30-some%. So, and that's okay. We'll take a little bit lower yield on the first time, on the first harvest, but then after that, it'll be better. We got to work our way around this island over here. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big field. I think it would be cool to have a single field that would yield me $1 million. But I don't think this field is going to be that big. And I don't want to have I don't want to have like great big fields. I want this one to be big because it's going to be, this is really a money field. Soybeans is a cash crop. I refer to it as a cash crop, the way I play. Now there may be people that play a little bit differently and they're able to use soybeans for something other than cash. But for the most part, I haven't needed soybeans for anything other than for cash, because the chickens do not eat soybeans. And the chickens are, besides beehives, chickens are the only animals that I have. I have tried sheep. I did have sheep, and I had those. What did I have those on? What map did I have those on? No Man's Land on FS19. Now we're going to swing around here. I think, yeah, I can kind of see what I want to do. I want to go around here. I'm always glad when I get this create new fields done, so I can turn that off. Just so I don't make any mistakes and hit that plow someplace where I don't want to be. We're going to get this all cut in. You always have to, that always makes me nervous right there. Backing up and stuff, especially when I got trees around and I can't see what I'm doing. It always makes me nervous. Let's do this. Let's go this way. We'll catch that on the way when we come back. Now we'll just go this way and back around again. Whoops. A little too close to the edge right there. And then missed it. I try to get the maximum efficiency out of the tools, but sometimes it doesn't work out well. I'm better off overlapping a little bit. That way I don't miss it and have to back up and catch it. And of course this would be much faster if I was using a bigger plow. They do make bigger plows. It wouldn't hurt for me to have one for this particular project anyway. I mean, for creating new fields, when I want to plow up a new field, if I had a bigger plow, it would conclude quicker. I had a word in my head and I was thinking about it, and I was trying to say it, but I kept telling myself that's not exactly the word I want to use. So I couldn't actually say the word. And I was trying to think of another word that would be really more accurate as to what I was trying to say, and it just wasn't happening. Not quickly, anyway. And it really never did actually happen, just to be honest about it. But that's okay. I think we all understand what I was talking about. But I figure words have meanings, so if we can use the proper words to convey what the thought is, then that's what I'll do. And I just got stuck because I knew that the word I was wanting to use was not exactly the word I was wanting to use. Now when we come up here to this top side, guys, I am going to catch that little bit, that one little spot that I missed of grass, because once we get all the grass plowed, I can turn off to create new fields. So I want to go ahead and catch that spot, because I do not want to stay in the create new field mode any longer than necessary. Because we're always leave ourselves susceptible to messing up. And one thing I need to do, I really need to get in the habit of saving the game more often than what I have been. I think I went maybe the entire live stream yesterday, like 5 hours and 47 minutes without even saving the game. I don't believe I saved it until I got done with it. Now look, we're down to 4 miles an hour trying to plow through here. That's not good. Why is it? Now, I've got to go ahead and catch this one little spot right here, guys. And we'll take this out right here as we come back this way. And we'll just go back over here, bam. And go back the other way. And you can see the kind of shape that it's leaving in our field. A worker doesn't even know what to do with this kind of stuff. So we have to be kind of strategic and how we use our helpers, what direction we have them going. We just have to watch them. Of course, if you guys have been watching the other episodes, you'll know that, boy, helpers are not, they're our friend, but at the same time, they could be more friendly because they just mess up all the time. Part of that is because I have curved fields. The edges are curved. And that makes it hard for helpers. But even if we had all square and rectangular shaped fields, all corners were 90-degree angles, they'd still mess up. But not as much. I'm pretty sure I could let the harvester go, and the harvester would do a great job on square and rectangular fields. But the plow, I've always had trouble with this plow. There are two other plows that are bigger, longer, and I've had trouble with them also. And that includes on square and rectangular shaped fields. So I just go along. Of course, now if you've watched my other streams, you've heard me mention I have carpal tunnel syndrome, and I also have just arthritis in my fingers. So my hands hurt. And I cannot play fighting games. That's why I play games more like this. I like these build-it type, tycoon type games. And we're not out about money in this game. We do need money. I mean, obviously, to do the stuff we got to do, we need the money to do it with, to buy the land. But the objective is not money. Our objective is not money. Really, our goal, you can barely see the top of the silos right there at the top of the screen, right in the center of the screen right there. You can barely see the top edge of our silo and our silo extension. And our goal in this game is to fill those silos. I call them silos, but they're actually a silo and a silo extension, but I think you guys get the idea. We've got two of those containers up there. We want to fill those containers, and that's 100 million liters, 100 million liters. And right now we have about 100,000 liters, so we need to do that 999 more times. And then that will be what we want. Now I'm wondering what I can do with that shady area under that tree. If I can put like a little tent-like thing under there. I don't think I did that over here on this field the last time I did this, as far as putting a field in right here with the island in it. Now I can tell you, once I get this new field created, when it comes to plowing this other section up here, once I start plowing all that right there, I will I'll use a helper, because my hand will already be wanting a break at that point. Okay, so now we just got the lower section here, And that's good. It's coming along. So it won't take a whole lot longer to get this part finished, hopefully. Now I do want to get to where I have enough fields with enough different crop types growing that I have something to do every end game day. Now we're playing 1 day months, so each end game day represents a calendar month, and I have to sleep quite a bit right now. In order to have something to do, we need a field to harvest every month. But we don't have enough fields to be able to do that as of yet. So that's one of our goals, is we want to have enough fields to where we can have all these different crop types going on and have a field to harvest every in-game day without me having to sleep. I might sleep until the next day, but I won't have to sleep through, 3, 4, 5 days, which I have had to do, because that's just when you first start out. If you don't have enough fields with different crop types, and we need to grow soybeans, so I have to have soybeans in more than one field just to get cash. We could go on a scavenger hunt and see if we could find some collectibles to get some more money. I kind of deliberately went and spent most of our money, but you can see we got $75,000. But I kept that there because I have my helpers set to buy their own fertilizer and buy their own seed when they're working with the seeder and with a planter. So we need some money for that. I'm not sure how much, but that will give us enough. And it should get us all the way through the first harvest on this new, much bigger field. And then we should be good to go. We can buy one piece of land at a time. I'm not sure whereabouts we'll actually go to next, as far as which section. Let me just show you something here, guys. You see, this is covering in where this road is. This field is filling in this entire section over here. So I'm thinking the next section I want to do is this section right here. But that means I have to buy 1, 2, oh, I already have that section. I have to buy 1, 2, oh, I only need 3 more. I wonder how much this one is. Let's look, whoops. Let's look and see how much that costs. I can't even tell how much that is. What is that? 183, and it's got a bunch of forestry on it. What is this one? Like 181. And what is this one? 174. So we have those 3 parcels that we need. And there's a little bit even right here. Wow. There's a little bit right there. And again, that's, oh, how much is that? That's 184,000. Anyway, so there's I think that's the next place we want to go. So we got 3 or 4 parcels of land that we're going to have to buy in order to be able to do that section. We could probably get by without buying that parcel at the very top in order to do that area between the roads, but there is a little sliver. Sorry guys, got a yawn. It's 11:35 where I live. 11:35 at night. There is a little tiny sliver of that top parcel up there. Oh, I missed a spot. I knew I was going to. I looked over at my laptop just to see if I had anybody watching, and I got to go driving crooked. But thankfully we're out here in the middle of this field now, so not much chance I'm going to start plowing in the wrong place. At least not in a place that's going to mess us up. But you can mess yourself up if you're not careful. So always make sure you save your game. I turn autosave off. I do not like the autosave. Whoops, I don't even know why I raised that. I do not like the autosave. I don't like using autosave on here because it seems like every time I mess up, it wants to autosave before I can fix it. So I just turn it off. But then I forget to save it. And I do a lot. Like I said, I think I went the entire 5 hour and 47, I think it was 5 hours and 47 minutes. 5 hour and 47 minute live stream without saving. I think I may have saved it once, like early, but I know I did a lot without saving. It wasn't until I was actually ready to end the live stream that I saved it. In fact, I think I had already ended the live stream before I actually did save it, because I always exit out to the main menu. That's where I start the live stream at. So I keep thinking I need to lift that plow up. I really don't. I can back up with it like that. You can plow in reverse. So you can put this plow on the front of your tractor. And I tried that once before. I tried to put a plow on the front and a planter on the back that was the same width. It did not work out very well. I can actually pick up a planter behind this plow, and that did not work out well because I thought maybe I could plow and plant at one time. That would be pretty cool. And just eliminate a pass over the field, but it didn't work out that way, and that's all right. It was just an experiment, you know, and that's how you kind of learn stuff. You just experiment and see what works and what's not going to work. Now, I really wish this would plow faster, though. It would be nice. But we're taking it down, slowly but surely. We're getting this grass out of here. Oh. Oh, just missed it. Oh my goodness. I'm still getting used to doing this stuff, guys. I'm not used to talking to myself. So I'm trying to kind of get used to it. I think I can only improve as time goes by. And hopefully you guys, if you have watched any of my live streams, you've enjoyed it. I hope so. One thing about it, guys, I don't really spend a lot of time asking people to like the videos and subscribe to the channel and stuff like that, and turn on your notification bell and stuff like that. And most YouTubers do that, and maybe that's why they're successful, is because they're always asking people to do that. You know, I've noticed that most YouTubers are asking people to like the video before they even watch the video. They want you to click that like button right at the very beginning, because that's all that matters. Once you click that button, it goes into an algorithm. It doesn't really matter if you'll watch the whole video or not, as long as you give them that like. And I don't really do a lot of that, but you know, I'm not going to be disappointed if somebody does click that subscribe button. I mean, I'm just being honest. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to make money. I know people, a lot of YouTubers have made some pretty good money doing this. I know they have, because they talk about buying cars and houses and stuff like that, and it's all because of what they're making off of YouTube and maybe some other social platforms. I was just watching a guy that lives in Lithuania, and he was talking about he had just bought like some retirement property. He's a young guy. Well, not retirement property. I take that back. It wasn't retirement property. He said that he had just bought property, him and his wife. They also have a very young son, toddler, probably a toddler age. I don't know if there would still be considered an infant at this point. Maybe a toddler. I'm not real sure. Maybe a year old. So yeah, maybe still an infant. Anyway, he was just talking about how he just bought this land, and he said to build their dream house, and then he changed it. He said, well, maybe not their dream house, but their first house. I thought that was very interesting, because most people are not going to buy land and build a house on it multiple times in their lives. Most people will not be able to do that, but it was very interesting. He said, well, this will be our first house that we're going to build. And I thought, okay. And he very clearly stated that it was thanks to YouTube, and then maybe like Patreon supporters, that are people that are just giving him donations. And I know there's a lot of YouTubers that are like that. They, you know, they have all the latest and greatest computer equipment and cameras and all this kind of stuff. And it's all because of YouTube. Because they've been able to get their channels big enough to be monetized. And hey, hats off to those guys. You know, back in my day, when I was a kid, my parents told me I couldn't make a living playing video games. Of course, we only had like Atari, Pong and Tank, I think, were the two games that we had when, you know, I was young, and I wasn't like really super young then, a teenager. And we were playing Atari Pong. And my parents would say, well, you cannot make a living playing video games. Well, people can make a living playing video games nowadays. There's plenty of them that do it. But there's only a few, I guess, that are super big. I have some I like to watch. especially. I like watching their live streams. As far as this game is concerned, Farming Simulator, I started playing the Farming Simulator 19, and I found out that actually Farming Simulator has been around for a long time, and some of these guys have been playing it for a long time. And of course these guys are getting, they get their games free. They get everything for free. Everything is sponsored that they get. So there's no expense to them. So for guys like me, it's all out of pocket. Anything I do is, of course, out of pocket expenses. And I'm retired, and I live on Social Security, and it's a very small Social Security. So, I do have a PS5. My mother and my father both passed away in 2022. And I got a small inheritance, very small, and I bought a PS5. Not because I wanted to play games for YouTube. That was not the thinking at the time. I just thought, I've already heard talk that they're going to start phasing out PS4. So I thought, I got this little amount of money here that I did not have to work for, my parents worked for, and they left it for me. So this will probably be, I bought a PS5, and it'll probably be the last gaming console I ever have, because I can't imagine myself having the money to buy another one when a PS6 comes out. So PS5 may be the very last console I ever have. So that's why I bought it. And I'm happy that I did, because I can play my PS4 games on it. I don't have a lot of PS4 games. I have a few. I have Snow Runner, and I did do a couple of live streams with that game on here, and I will be doing more of those also. I'm not sure how often or how many I will end up doing, but I've never played a lot of the Snow Runner. So it's like I've never completed all the missions. I've completed a few of them, but I've never completed all of them. So I would kind of like to work towards that and see if maybe I can accomplish a little bit more on that. But I'm not a big gamer. And I know that if you want to have a big YouTube channel, man, you've got to be consistent at what you're doing. Really, you need to kind of have like a niche in the market. Offer people something that, first of all, people want to see, but something that's a little bit different. And of course, if you're just playing games, like that's about all I can really do on here is play games, especially for live streaming, then it's not anything new, and you're not going to be, how many gaming channels does a person want to subscribe to? Now, what I do, I have subscribed to some of the other gamers and stuff, and I simply do not click the notification bell, because I don't want to be notified every time somebody puts up a new video, because for the most part that is going to come up in your recommended, and you can always go look and see what new activity is going on with the channels that you subscribe to. You can just go over to your menu and go down to your subscriptions, and you can see what has been added on those channels. So I don't need to get a notification every time somebody that I'm subscribed to posts a new bell. Posts a new bell. I was thinking about clicking the notification bell. Post a new video. But yeah, I wouldn't mind some subscribers. I really would like to have people in the chat, because this is the type of game, and this is really kind of one of the reasons too that I wanted to play this game. I do this a lot when I turn the corners, because it doesn't exactly turn a tight corner right there. It leaves a little bit. Anyway, this is the kind of game, if I want to just stop and look at chat and talk to somebody in chat, I can actually just leave. If I'm operating a piece of equipment, I can just stop it and let it sit there on its own. It can just sit there while I talk to somebody in chat, if that's what I want to do. Or if I have a helper in it, which will be most of the time, I'll be able to turn a helper loose and just keep an eye on the helper. And that way I can talk to people that are in the chat. That's really what I want to be able to do. And I have had a couple of people in the chat. One person popped into the chat. I believe it was in the last episode. They popped in the chat. They really didn't say hello or anything. They may have said hello, but at the same time, in the same message, they only posted one message. And it was like, hey, how you doing? Go create a room and invite me to play, and we'll play together. And it was like, what? First of all, I don't even know how to do that. That's what I told them. Because I don't. I told them I don't know how to do that. And in the middle of a live stream, I don't think I'm going to be going and creating a room to do multiplayer in. And I have no interest in multiplayer right now. But I thought, you know, that's kind of like, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't go on somebody else's live stream that, you know, I've never been on before or anything like that, and just say, hey, invite me to multiplayer. Now, I do know that there are other people that play multiplayer on things, and if they're going to do that, they announce it and they let people know that, you know, if you want to be a part of it, let me know. But most of the time, they even do that. They do that for members and stuff, and I don't know what all that's about, members and everything. I know about subscribers, but then I hear people talk about being group members and stuff, and I don't even know what that means. I'm not that familiar with it. I've only made a handful of live stream videos. Now, I did do some videos, just regular videos, of Farming Simulator 22. And I put them on a YouTube channel just so I could learn how to make videos and stuff. I could not edit those videos because I don't have a computer. I do have I call it a laptop, but it's actually a Google notebook. It's not a full-on laptop, so it can't do everything a laptop can do, but in fact, even some Google programs won't run on a Google notebook. Like Google Earth is one of those. I've always used Google Earth as I like looking at the satellite images and the street views when I go places that I've never been before, because I can see what lane I need to be in. I can see how driveways are set up and all that stuff. So I really like that program. And when I lived in Hawaii, doing construction work, remodeling work and stuff like that, I would look up every new job site on Google Earth and figure out how to get there. And like I said, you can look at the street view and you can see what lane you need to be in, because there's nothing worse than being in a place where you don't know where you're at, you don't know what's going on, and all of a sudden, now I'm going to set this back to limit the fields, because I've got this part plowed already. So this part is done. Now we're going to plow up the original field. But I turned the create field, allow create fields, I turned it off, so I can't make no mistakes now. So now we got this part. Anyway, I was talking about, I have a notebook, not a laptop, and even some of Google's own stuff won't work on it. But I was doing some videos just to see if I could get into it. I did kind of like doing that. But once I did my first video, PlayStation only allows a 59-minute, 59-second video. That's the maximum record time on PlayStation. But with the PlayStation, and I did not know this until just recently, this past Christmas, I went to my daughter and my son-in-law's house and had Christmas with my grandchildren there in Texas. And my son-in-law showed me how to do live streaming through the PS5. And I probably could have done that with the PS4. I don't know if I could have or not. I don't remember seeing that option, but it may have been there, and I just really didn't know what I was doing, and so I didn't notice it. But anyway, my son-in-law showed me how to do live streaming, and ever since I was doing those videos previously, I wanted to do live streaming, because there were times when I was not ready to stop the video when I was out of time for making a video. I thought I missed that. I thought I was going to miss the edge right there, so I stopped to catch it, and then I didn't actually miss it. Anyway, there were times when I was not ready to stop. I wasn't at that place where I wanted to stop, and I wanted to be able to control that. So I had been wanting to do live stream. I really want to be able to just be able to chat with people. And I guess it's just going to take a while to build things up, and I understand that. Sometimes it's easy to think, well, I'm here. Where's everybody at? But I will tell you that since I started doing the live stream, I have picked up 2 subscribers already. And I think that's pretty cool. And I hope that continues to grow. It would be nice. Oops, I did miss a little bit right there. Now, like I said, I do not plan on this channel becoming a monetized channel, but it would be nice if that would happen. That would be cool. I couldn't argue with it. I would probably have to be careful, at least in the beginning. I don't want to overdo things too much in a financial kind of way, because I am drawing Social Security. And if I make too much money, I'm going to lose part of that Social Security. and that's money, of course, I have paid into the system. But by the same token, if I could make enough money to not need Social Security, that would be even better. So it's not really 6 of one and half a dozen of another, but so I don't even know what the requirements are to do live streaming through YouTube, which I wish everybody could do YouTube live streaming if that's what they want to do. I mean, I do know that you have to have like 1,000 subscribers. Okay, I have 20. So at least thankfully, PlayStation has made a way for those of us little people, small channels. I really shouldn't say little people or small people, because I'm 6 foot tall and I weigh 185 pounds, so I'm not a small person or a little person. But us little channels, PlayStation has made a way for us to be able to live stream. But I would like to be able to live stream other than just games, you know. But for now, that's what I have. I have games. Maybe if I do enough live streams, maybe I can request permission from YouTube to be able to live stream. There may be some exceptions to their 1,000 subscriber rule. I don't really know how all that stuff works. I haven't looked into it. But I really want to do live streams. I just decided that when I was doing, just making videos. And like I said, I did have some and I posted them on a channel. And once I did a few, and I kind of realized, okay, yeah, I can do this and everything, then I deleted those. I did not have any subscribers, so I deleted the channel. I deleted all those videos. I deleted all those, or deleted the channel itself, but also the videos. I did have the videos on my PS4 in the Share Factory, because that's where I would upload them from, is through the PlayStation Share Factory. But my grandson has since broke the PS4, knocked it off the table, and it broke. He got careless and yanked the cord to the controller, and it pulled the PlayStation in the floor and broke it. So the disc don't work no more. I could probably get it fixed. I haven't looked into that yet, but I don't know if it would be able to be fixed. And I suppose, I don't even know if I could access the Share Factory. I might be able to access Share Factory through using the PS5, and maybe I could access, but I think I actually was logged on under a different username, because actually my PlayStation user ID is linked to the channel, the YouTube channel I had created for the video games. And I forgot about that when I got my PS5 and I logged in and everything. I logged into my PlayStation account for that particular setup, which was the farming simulator. the channel that I had for farming simulator games. That's all I had on it was farming simulator games. I didn't do any snow runner and stuff like that. Oh, look at that. We're plowing at 3 miles an hour. Why? Well, it's uphill. I didn't realize it was that steep uphill though, but I guess it is. Now what I'm going to do right here, guys, because I'm right here, I'm going to back up. I'm going to catch this part right here, and yep, you can plow in reverse. It came down that hill a whole lot faster than it was going up that hill. 3 miles an hour going up, 11 miles an hour coming down. Did I miss a spot right there? Yeah, it looks like, can't tell if that's sun. Yeah, there's just a little touch of sunshine coming through there, but it sure looked like I had missed just a little edge on that field of plowing that up. So I wanted to go just make sure I got it. And it was okay, but ooh, I almost oversteered again. It's easy to oversteer. Now I have another game, guys. I have the digital version just through the PlayStation account and the Play Store, or the PlayStation Store, called Sniper Elite 5. And I may do some live streaming of that game on here. There are a couple other games I would like to get. Sorry guys, got a yawn. It's 12:06 where I live at night. I could turn my microphone off when I yawn, guys, but I gotta find the switch and do all that kind of stuff, so I hope you don't mind if I yawn. I'll just apologize about it and we'll continue. Now, we are almost getting this done. A little bit more to go and then we'll just plant. I don't need to run the fertilizer. I've already taken care of that. And as far as the upper part of the field, like I said, that was grass. So we get like a, I don't know, an average of about 35% fertilization, because it had grass. I don't know how the grass works as, you know, acts as a fertilizer, but it does. When you plow it up like that, when you create a new field. And that's, I mean, I guess that's cool that it does that. So all we have to do now is we'll just come back with a planter, and then this part of the field down here should be like 100% fertilized. This part up here will only be like 83 to 87, 89%. There might be a spot or two you'll hit that'll say, you know, up in the 90s, but for the most part, probably in the 80% range, 83 to 87, somewhere around there. And we'll take that on our first time, and then on the next time we'll use our fertilizer spreader for the first coverage. And then when we plant, when we sow the field the next time, I guess it's called sowing. It's also planting, really, but when we, when we seed it, we'll also put down fertilizer. So we get two steps at once. Now, it used to be that I only wanted a seeder that would put down seed. I did not want to do the fertilization at the same time, because you can use a fertilizer spreader and you can cover a field a whole lot faster, because it's got that wide, super wide swath on it. So you can cover a field pretty quickly. However, I got to thinking that when I run a seeder, I have to cover the entire field. If I have a seeder or a planter, if I'm doing like sunflowers or corn, which we will be doing both of those on this map. I do not have a planter right now, but I will be getting one. Anyway, if I run one of those, either the seeder or the planter, then I have to cover the entire field. Whether I do it or whether I have a helper do it, it doesn't matter. You still have to cover the entire field. And I got to thinking, that being the case, then if I use the seeder or the planter that does both seed and fertilizer, I really can save a step, because I do not have to come back with the fertilizer spreader and cover the field again, even though it's a much quicker process. That once I got through with the seeder, because the seeder has to cover the entire field anyway, I could already have that second layer of fertilizer down. And I have my settings so that the helper, excuse me guys, I had to cough right there, so that the helper is buying their own seed and fertilizer. So I might as well just let them fertilize the field. So I've kind of switched from doing it one way to preferring doing it another way. And that just comes through experience. Or it comes with experience and just determining what works best for you as an individual player. So that's how I like it. And I also have everything, like I have everything turned off, guys. I've got, crop damage. I've got seasons turned off. Crop damage is turned off. Periodic plowing is turned off. Of course, I plow all the time anyway. I like plowing. Lime is turned off. Field stones are turned off. All that stuff can be turned back on if at some point I decide I just want to take all those extra steps. I can do that. And I don't need to have, for example, I do not need to have lime required turned on in order to spread lime if that's what I want to do. I can always incorporate that into the gameplay at any time I want to. I can just come out and lime a field. So I don't have to have that setting turned off. So personally, I'm glad that I can turn all that stuff off. Now, one thing I do wish was related to, or connected, it's related to traffic. But I wish it was connected to the traffic. Sorry guys, another yawn. It's 12:15 at night where I live. I wish I could turn the traffic off and it would remove traffic signs. Alright guys, there we go. We have got a super big field. Nice big field. Let's get this back over here and we will we'll pop the map up for a second. We need to go get our seeder though. We'll pop the map up for a second and just see how nice that field looks on the map. But let's go get our seeder. We'll go check it. These are my favorite silos, guys. They're just my favorite silos. These things hold 50 million liters each. I like the way that pops inside that. You can see, you can't really see inside the building, but you barely can. You can see if it would stay right where if I could keep it right. The camera just doesn't quite stay there inside the structure. Now, when I first started this live stream series, guys, I had all this up here set up. We only had the one field. This is the field right there that we started with, and our farm was up here. They had 2 sheds and a farmhouse. I sold those. I couldn't figure out how to sell them, and I realized later on. But what happened was I put this buy station, this black buy station right here, right there. I put that thing, I had it closer to the road. I had it more out this way, more over here, which really is where I wanted it. It was more this way, but it changed the layout of the land and it put a great big bump right here, and I could not get it out, and I realized I couldn't get it out with the landscaping tools because it's just, that was the base of that fill station right there, that buy station. So what I did was I just deleted it and came back in, reset everything up, got the field cut back out and everything, or planted, got the crop back in it and everything. So I actually did like the first episode twice, because I had to come back in and set it up, and I realized I had to move that thing just a little bit there to get it to where it didn't mess up the road. Now we're just going to park this over here for now, and then we'll just hop out and we'll just jump in this one. But after I redid all this, I realized why I could not sell my farmhouse and the 2 sheds that were up here that we started with. And that was because I didn't own the land. I had started in farm manager mode. But in farm manager mode, you don't actually own the land. And it didn't even cross my mind until after I had restarted everything, all because I put that buy station down, that black one, and it changed the terraforming right at the top of the hill at the driveway, in the entrance to the yard right there. Now, I refer to from the beginning of that gravel road right there behind us, when we cross that creek, where that field is, and then we have the two upper fields, and I said we was going to look at the map. So let's just do that for a second. That looks cool. Look how big that is compared to these other fields. Wow. But anyway, I refer to these three fields and as the home farm. The home farm, and then this is the yard up here. The yard. I call it the yard. And then we have our chickens down here and our greenhouses down here. And up here we have beehives by these fields up here. So anyway, but yeah, look how big that looks compared to these other fields. Wow, and I thought these were fairly good sized fields. Wow, nice. But it looks kind of funny at the same time. Last time I did this, I actually had 3 different fields in this section. 1, 2, and a third field down here. 3 fields instead of 1 field. 3. But I did have the same. I had a road cut in across here, just a dirt road, but it was narrower than the one I have now, but still the same thing. And then I had a field over here. So, okay, so now we're all ready to put in some soybeans, and it's a good thing that I almost made a mistake, guys, because if I hadn't stopped and was talking and everything, I would have been planting canola over here, not paying any attention. Soybeans, there we go, that's better. I do that a lot. I forget to change the crop type, and I will be planting something in a field that I did not want to plant in that field. Now, once we get going around, I'm going to go all the way around this field one time. I will turn the helper loose. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to tell the helper to go plant. And I'm going to start letting the helper just do what it can do. I'll help him out when I need to, like, change his direction or something. I will do it, but that's going to let me set my controller down for a minute. And that's what I need to do, yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, my hands are very stiff at this point. But we'll let this, he can run back and forth for a while anyway. I will have to help it. I'm going to have to help it like around this curve over here. And I'm going to have to help it around that island. But it can do quite a bit of it on its own without my assistance, I hope. And that will give my hands an opportunity to relax. Now what I got to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to catch this part that it missed right here. So I'm going to shut that back off again. I'm going to come back over here. And I'm going to go ahead . And I'm going to plant this right here. I'm going to do this part myself. So here we are, already got the controller back in my hand. I just put it down. And now I've got it in my hand again. But that's okay. I got to do what I got to do too. Oh, wonderful. Cool. I get to going too fast and then I get all crazy with everything. Everything gets all messed up. I can back these things up, but there's a real fine line between going too fast and not going too fast. And I go too fast all the time. Because I just pull the trigger and off we go. Now, one thing I've pointed out in previous live streams is you can see how when I am driving, I leave tire tracks all over the field. And a helper does not do that. A helper does not leave tire tracks all over the field. Alright, now we can go ahead and send this guy out and let him run some longer runs. You always want to be sending your helper the length of the field, the long run of the field, because I say it all the time, it's less turns, and the less time the helper has to spend turning around, the more time he spends doing whatever the task is, whether in this case it's planting, but it could be plowing, it could be doing whatever you're doing, you know. You could be running a roller, picking up field stones, whatever. If you run the length of the field, when he gets over 4 or 5 more rows over here, he's going to be going all the way up to the top part of the field. Well, he will not be getting all the way up to the top, but this field is curved. I have to figure out the best way. I think probably the best way to start is at the other end of this field. But I won't know that until we kind of work our way around to it, but I do think maybe that's going to be the way to work. But I'm just going to let it run like this. It's going to be interesting to see how it handles the island up here. I already know it cannot work itself around the island. It might be able to cover 3 sides of it, but like on the back side, you know, like if you shine a flashlight at something and it leaves that shadow in the direct opposite of where the light source is. That's how this works. So it will cut a path right down beside, and then it will start coming back and turning around, and it will leave an undone area directly on the back side of whatever it is. So you have to send it back there. Now, what I did before was I had my own setup. I had a secondary plow, a second planter, seeder, all that stuff. So that while the helper was doing one part of it, I could come along and I could get it all set up to where nothing was missed. I could do the parts that I knew the helper was going to miss. Because once you figure out where you can start your helper, then I haven't done the field enough times to really know where I want to start. Like, see right here, let's look. Well, you can't really look at things move, but you see, if you follow that straight path right there, I could actually run this back and forth that way. I don't know why he's telling me he's done, but he's not done. So I could actually go back and forth this way, That would be interesting, but that would not catch all of it because I know the best place to start is down on that far end, but I don't want to do that right now. I probably will next time. Now, probably every time, at least the next couple trips, every time this guy comes down here and turns around in this road down here, he's going to tell me he is finished. Even though he's not finished, he's going to tell me he's finished. Now, you may have noticed our money. You can see our money is going down because we have the helper set up to buy not only the seed, but the fertilizer. So that's why I spent most of our money, but I made sure I kept enough to where it will cover whatever we need to get this field planted. And then we may have one or two of the other fields come ready before this is ready. Actually, all of them will be ready to go again before this one is ready. So we have enough money. If not, I can borrow more money. I don't want to borrow more money, but we can borrow more money if we need to. So that's not a problem. But I don't think we'll need to. I am wanting to buy a truck, a tractor trailer actually. I have not looked at the price of it. I don't remember the price from when I bought them before and used them, but the trailer that I want has an unreal capacity of 250,000 liters. So I want to be able to use that tractor, and it's like I think it's the Roadrunner Plus, if you're familiar with the game. If you're not, it's a truck, a base game, and it's called I think it's base game, and it's called Roadrunner Plus. It might have been a mod, but I was thinking it was base game. But either way, I want to be able to get that set up simply so I have the unreal capacity. You can see well, you can't see it real well, but if you look right in the center of the screen right there, you can see our water truck down there for the greenhouses. And it has an unreal capacity, and it will hold 60,000 liters of water. But the trailer I want to get for our crops is the unreal capacity is 250,000 liters. And I'm not real sure how much that's going to cost. It's going to cost more than $75,000. Now see, there he goes. Oh, I'm done. No, you're not done. You just parked out in the middle of the road, that's all. So that's going to happen at least one more time. Probably two more times. But it is so nice to be able to just let this guy go. I was trying to think if there's anything else I really want to be able to do on this episode. I don't know that there is. I don't think there will be by the time we get this done. Because I mean, I've already been an hour and a half. A little over an hour and a half on this live stream. So by the time we get done, we're going to be over 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. So that will probably be pretty good for this particular one. Some of them I do are longer because, like last night, I could not finish. I got so sleepy I could not finish cutting in this field, but I kept saying, okay, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I'm really wanting to get to where I have stuff I can do every day, every in-game day. And you can see it if you look up by the clock up there in the top right. you can see the clock where the time is, and you see that number 1 down below it. You may not be familiar, but that just says the clock is running at 1 times the speed, which is real time. You can actually set that to 0.5, and I used to always play at 0.5 because it gives me twice as much time to get things done. So for every hour that it actually takes me, I get 2 hours in game. So that literally gives me 2 hours for every hour. So, but I decided with doing the live streams, I was going to do it at real time, and we'll just leave it at that. So that's what that number 1 means over there underneath, right there in the upper right, in that little bar right there. You see the clock, you see the time of day, and then you see that number 1. It just tells you how fast the game clock is running. And right now it is just running at real time. Now I should save this. Let's just do that. Let's just save it because I got it all plowed. Just in case something happens. My Wi-Fi does go out sometimes. So now that has us, we've got it saved with everything plowed up. It's going to be really interesting to see how all this is going to work out. But it is so nice to be able to set that controller down, to kind of stretch my hands, work some of that stiffness out of my hands. But we will have to, we're going to have to help this guy out very soon. Actually, when he finishes this run going back, we'll have to do a little bit by ourselves right there, I think. And we'll have to keep an eye on this guy. Hang on a second, guys. I'll send somebody a message. Okay. And that's one thing about it, doing live streams, I can't, oh. Now he's going to tell me he's finished. But he covered that entire edge of that field, which is good. Now hopefully, I would really like to see him turn around right here and go back the other way. I probably need to take a couple of these trees out. I'm sure I probably do, but we'll see how it works out. Maybe I can get by without doing it. I'll swing the camera around where I can see what's going on. Okay. Wow. Now he did great on that part. got himself turned around, headed back the other way, and had to maneuver around the trees and all that stuff. But he kept pulling down to the other end, pull out in the road, and turn around and say he was done. So I was not expecting it to be able to get itself lined back out to do this part, or to do what the maneuver that it just did, and it did it perfectly. And I am very glad about that. So I'm just going to leave it running in this direction for now. It's not the lengthwise of the field anymore, which I'd like for it to be running the length of the field, but I'm just going to let it run like it is for now. Because I want to see how much help does it actually need, you know. So we're just going to let it run like this. This is not how I recommend it to be done. But I will accept this for right now. For being the first time that we've actually used a helper to try to cover the whole field. I may need to take these trees out of here. I don't like taking trees out if I don't need to, if they're not actually in the way, but a couple of these trees, I don't know if I want to take them out or not. There are a couple of smaller trees down by the road, so I could take these bigger trees from up here, but I might not have to. It looks like he's getting it worked out. So as long as the helper can navigate the trees and stuff like that, then I don't really need to take them out, so I won't. But we have the right tool to remove trees with if we need to. If a tree is just in the way. These other trees up here, they should all be okay. I try to stay far enough away from trees. So we'll just have to see how it all works out. I thought he was going to hit that sign right there, that signpost. I would have hit it. But see, that's what I'm talking about. I wish I could get rid of these street signs when I get rid of traffic. Because we don't need no street signs. There's no traffic. So I wish the street signs were connected to the traffic. That you could toggle the street signs on and off with the traffic. Just because they get in the way, I hit them all the time. I run into them all the time. That's going to look real cool when all that down there is farmland. Right now it's grassland. But when it's farmland and it's got different crops growing in it, it's going to be really cool. Let this guy get turned around and we'll pop the map back up again, and I'll show you something on the map, what my plan is. But I want to make sure this guy doesn't need help. Before I pop the map up there. Okay, he got it. So I want, and look, soybeans growing. So what I want to do is this field right here is going to become like sunflowers and corn, and I will just alternate between sunflowers and corn. And then like every fourth time I plant it, so I'll do like sunflowers, corn, sunflowers, then soybeans. Then I'll do corn, sunflower, corn, then soybeans. So that's how I'm going to do that one. This one I'm going to do like, I'll do wheat, barley, oats. And I can do that with this one. This is canola. And this will probably be, for the most part, it'll be canola. I won't really have to, well, we're going to see how much money we make off of this field. And I may not have to do quite so much soybeans in the other fields. But my plan is right now, every fourth time I plant a field, I'm going to plant it in soybeans. Except for this one, this is going to be soybeans all the time. But my other fields, I was thinking, but I might not need to do that once, because this is a big field. I changed what I was going to do. Now, see that right there? I have to go do this part myself right here. Just because I need to bring that right there like that. Because that tree is in the way. So yeah, I'm going to get rid of these big trees. I'm not going to do it right this minute, but I am going to get rid of the taller trees, because they're just in the way. It got in the way right there. He could not finish out that row. He almost finished it, but not quite. Now, he should be good to go. Of course, it could be that when he gets down to this lower end, behind us back here, he could do just like he was doing. He could pull out, get turned around in that road and say, I'm done. And if that's the case, then that lets me know that this is not going to be the right direction to be sending this guy in this field. I really should be sending it that direction, back and forth, because that's the longest run. But for now, it's going to just be what it is, because this is the first pass with this thing. Now let's see if he can actually get himself started again. I got a little bit close to the road right there, and that might be a problem. Well, it just means I need to... Sorry guys, I had to sneeze, so I turned my microphone off for a second. Oh good, it worked. It did it. I was thinking I'm close to the edge of the road, so that might be a problem because he might pull out in that road and then think, well, he's done like he was doing before. But at least this time they actually finished it. And I always say he when I'm talking about the helper. It could be a female character they have in there. I wonder if we can tell if we jump out and look like this. Nope. Yep, it's a girl. Both times I've jumped out to look after referring to he, it's been a girl driving. So I say he, I just mean the helper. It's not meant to be gender specific. Just like when I'm talking to y'all, I say guys. Hey guys. But that includes the ladies also. So now guys, it's just a matter of riding it out. And helping the helper if the helper needs help. That seems so funny to me. I have to help the helper. Gotta give the helper a hand. See, that's what I was afraid of. If it's going to be doing this every single time, it's going to get tiresome. And sometimes, guys, I just run out of stuff to talk about as far as the game is concerned. And gosh, you have to be so careful about what you talk about, what you say anymore. There's so much stuff going on, especially in the U.S. where I live. People take offense to everything. You could say good morning and somebody's going to get pissed off about it because they're not having a good morning. They're going to want to sue you for saying good morning. And I do watch some of the news stuff that's going on. And I got to tell you, I never would have dreamed in my life. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I never would have dreamed that our country would be where it's at now. There's a lot of insanity going on in our country. Insane policies. But I am a Christian person, and I believe in what the Bible teaches, and I believe that the Bible teaches that in the end times, the United States of America does not exist. And we are headed in that direction. Of course, you cannot have a one world government or globalism and have an independent republic like the United States of America. It just doesn't work. And I'm just hoping that we survive long enough for me to finish living out my life. Unfortunately, my children and my grandchildren, they're in trouble. They are in trouble. Of course, what I'm hoping is that where I live is so rural, mountainous. You know, I live in a community of 1,200 people. So I'm hoping that we are small town enough that big government just really doesn't care about us. That's what I'm hoping. But eventually it doesn't matter whether it's my children, my grandchildren, great-grandchildren. I don't have those yet, but I will. And, you know, it's just going to be bad for them at some point if the insanity continues. And we keep continuing and heading in the direction we're headed. And from a biblical standpoint, I think we have to. I just recently saw a thing where it said that the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, wants Biden to win the presidency in 2024, and I'm sure he does. I'm sure all of America's enemies want Biden to be the president. And that doesn't mean they, you know, that's not my support for Trump necessarily. It's just I'm sure they want Biden to be president. He's good for them. So I'm sure they're all in support. China, North Vietnam, North Korea, all the communist countries want Biden to be the president. because he's good for them. And I'm not saying he's their friend and he's their buddy. I'm just saying he's good for them because his policies are good for them. They benefit from his policies. Otherwise, Putin would not say, I hope that Biden wins the presidency. The only reason any enemy of the United States would hope that any one particular person wins the presidency is because their policies benefit our enemies. That's the only reason. But this channel's not really about politics and that kind of stuff, guys, but I am a Bible-believing Christian, so I just thought I'd throw that out there as far as all this craziness that's going on in our country right now. Boys using girls' bathrooms in elementary school and all that kind of stuff. It's insane. Women's sports is being destroyed. So it's just a matter of just waiting it out, guys. I'm just riding it out. Now, very soon we're going to have to do something to help out this helper because of this island right here. Well, I need to get me a drink of Coke Zero. Oh. Oh. Well, once you get used to it, guys, that's pretty good. I am pre-diabetic, so I switched to a sugar-free drink. But I do not like Diet Coke. But now, because I've been drinking Coke Zero for the last probably 7 or 8 years now, I don't like regular Coke either. I don't like Diet Coke, I don't like caffeine-free Coke, and I don't like regular Coke. Because to me, the regular Coke just tastes too sweet now. It didn't used to, but it does now since I'm not used to it. Now this may be the very last pass that we get going this way. And then I will have to figure out actually I think I know what I want to do. I think I may have figured out how I want to do this. I'm going to have to help the helper right here. What's it doing? Beautiful. Stop. Now what we're going to do is we're going to turn around right here, guys. And we're going to come back this way. I'm going to try to drive up on the grass side. Pull across there. Oh, come on. I'm going to come out this way just a little bit farther. All right, come on. Now we're going to go back this way again. Now we'll let it catch. It's going to go back and forth on this side of the island until it gets to the other edge. And then I will swing around and get it started back where it was at and let it go. I think that's going to work out pretty good. And I may have to do some fine tuning with that when we get over to the other side. Now see, it just said, oh, I'm done. But you're not done. You keep saying you're done when you're not done. I really hope that in the next release of this game, which my understanding at the moment will be 2025, that the helpers have been improved. It seems to me like I had more success with helpers in FS19 than I do with the FS22. As far as just being able to let them go, not have to watch them, not have to babysit, make sure they do things correctly. Now this situation is a little bit different. They would still need, like, for me to do what I just did as far as getting it turned around and bringing it back on the other side. Well, see, it didn't even back up all the way. That's what I'm talking about. It could have come all, it could have come all the way over here and did that part. But no, it had to leave that little tiny bit back. It didn't back up quite far enough, and there was no reason for it not to have. It could have just as easily backed up that extra little bit right there, but it didn't. And that's the kind of thing I'm saying. I hope in the next release that those kinds of things have been addressed, so that that kind of stuff doesn't happen, because there's no reason for that not to have backed up to the edge of the field. It should know where the edge of the field is. And there's really no reason for it to keep like pulling out into the road and then saying it's finished when it's not finished. So I'm hoping those kinds of things are improved upon in the next release. I mean, it's not stuff that, you know, it's not like a deal breaker as far as the game is concerned, but now this rock, I actually went a little bit too close to this rock, and that is my fault. So I'm going to have to figure out what to do as far as being able to plant. Let's see, let's back up a little bit. Let's just get it turned on and see what we can do here. See, I can do it like that. I'm okay with that. But then I have to come out here like this and get turned around. So I actually did bring the grass in just a little. I cut this field just a little close as far as being able to work out here is concerned. There we go. We just do what we got to do to get them lined back out. I knew the island would be trouble. I should have left a little more grass around it, but I kind of thought, well, it looks like it's kind of okay, but I did get too close to that rock. I didn't really think about that when I was cutting it in, and I'm not going to go back and try to paint. I could go back with the landscaping paint tool and paint some grass back in around that island to put a little more space around it. But I don't want to do that. So I will just, I'll do what I need to do. Now this will be the last. We'll come down. And I think now I can go back around to the other side of the island and get it restarted on its original pathway. And I think this is going to work out pretty good. So we're going to end that right there. And then we're going to come back over here. And then we're going to drive out onto our field and put tire tracks all over it, but there's just nothing I can do about it. And then we want to come this way. Like this. And then we're going to get back over here like this. And we're going to let this go like that. And hopefully, now when it comes back down to the island, it will stop and turn around and go back. And I'm hoping that when it gets to the other end of the island, it will make a full pass. We're just going to have to see how it works. Just have to wait and see how it works out. But I'm hoping it works out the way I have it in my mind. I did it this way before, and as long as it looks like the island itself is just the right size to where, you know, the full length pass catches just the edge of the island on both runs. So we'll see how it works out, but I'm hoping that's what happens. If it does, I'm going to be, well, surprised and happy about it. I may actually have to stop. See, now this rock, I'm a little close to this rock here also. I sure am. So what I got to do is I got to do this. I got to do it myself. Like this. But I almost got it. I get it back up on that grass, just like that. And send it on its way. So I'm still having to help it. You know, getting tire tracks all over the field because I'm having to help it. But that's not going to change the yield any. It's not going to hurt anything. Once the crop comes in, you can't really tell it. Oh, I have weeds turned off on here too, guys. I keep forgetting that you actually can play with weeds where you got to come in and use a herbicide and stuff like that. Oh, I just had to sneeze again, guys, so I cut my microphone off for that. I don't know if you guys can hear the microphone cut on and off when I do that. I haven't listened to the video. I haven't paid attention and listened for that in the video to see if I could hear that. See, I'm going to have to help again here. Yeah, I'm going to have to start doing like a headland row around. So what I have to do is I've got to put this down. I've got to come out here and just pull it like this. I just need that one little bit. And then we'll get turned back around this way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a headland row from now on around the island because I'm just a little bit too close, and like I said, I do not want to use the paint tool and try to paint. Maybe that's the last time I have to help it. I don't know. We'll see. How are we looking? Whoa, we're looking like we still got quite a bit to go. But we are getting it done. We're getting it done. Yeah, now I'm going to have to take over the controls right here one time. One more time. One more time. Unless this thing will, can it do it by itself? No, it cannot. It's doing something crazy. Let's go back this way. Let's get this up here like this. I need to be over just a little bit more. Like this. I think that is where I want it. Like that. Even though it's overlapping a little bit on this side, that gets us looking pretty good there. And that's what we want. Because now it should be able to finish out the field. So I knew that island was going to give us a little bit of trouble. From now on, I think I will do a headland row, maybe 2 around the island. And then work from there and see how it works out. So I'm just wondering, what do you guys think? Another hour? Will it take another hour? I don't know. Maybe not an hour. I don't know. We'll see. It's 1:20 in the morning right now where I live. So we'll see. How long it's going to take to do from the island over from this edge of the island to do the remainder of the field. I'm hoping less than an hour, but it might take an hour. So this is going to be all we do today, guys. We're going to get the rest of this field planted, and then that'll be that will wrap us up for this episode. The first thing I want to do, I think, in the next episode is I'm going to take those trees down that I was talking about earlier. I'll go ahead and get them out of the way. I could try to do something. Well, we can drop that off. We need this thing over here. I'm going to see how well this works out. That's a mower right there. I don't really need that mower. I could take it and sell it, but this thing we're going to use to get rid of those trees. I'm going to drive it over there. I may just go ahead and get them out of there and hope for the best with the helper. Hope it does what it's supposed to do. Wow. We're going to come up this way. And then we are going to come over here. And I think I'm just going to take out all these bigger trees. There's a couple of smaller ones. Yeah, I'm just going to take all these out. It don't matter at this point. There's no point in leaving one big tree up there. Come on, climb the hill. Climb the hill. Ugh. Struggling, but it made it. Okay. It's not instantaneous. We can leave the small tree right there. There we go. We can leave that small tree. And we'll have those two small trees down there. And we're going to get rid of this tree. And we can leave the other ones. Yeah, that's okay. Now let's hop over here just to make sure he's still covering everything good. Okay. Now we'll just go put this back up right quick. And we'll have that part done. Oh, get out of the way. Overturned again. Just because I go full speed on everything, but when you get in the tractor, it has to start. It has auto start turned on, but it has to start and all that. So it takes a few seconds to actually get going. And then it just, by then I'm already impatient. I'm like, let's go, come on. I don't want to have to sit around and wait and wait and wait. So we'll go ahead and put this back over here. That's just kind of where I've been keeping it right now. I do at some point need to look about putting a shed up here, just because it would look nice to have sheds, at least one. And I kind of want to put it over on that side over there. Okay. That's got us where we want to be. Got my fertilizer spreader. That's going to be the next thing I need on that tractor right there. On the blue tractor. I am sure hoping that this girl, actually it may not still be a female because we stop. Nope, that's a guy. Get in front of the tractor so you can stop the tractor. And now we can ride on top of the tractor. Except it wouldn't let us ride on top of it. But yeah, that's a guy in there this time. A male character. You know, I thought about doing like a ASMR gaming thing, but I don't know how well that would work out. I thought about trying that though, because you really don't see a lot of that. But I'm somewhat soft-spoken anyway. But I'm not whispering. And I thought about trying that just to see how it worked out. I haven't done that yet. I haven't tried it. Sorry guys, I had to yawn. It's 1:30 in the morning. Somebody sent me a message here, so I will reply to that while the helper is actually working. Oh, let's see. I lived in Hawaii for 13 years in Honolulu and Waikiki, and right now there's like a 5-hour time difference between where I'm at and Hawaii. So my friends in Hawaii, it's still like early for them. It's like 8:30 at night. So it's not uncommon for one of my friends in Hawaii to message me at this time of morning where I am. Now most often I don't reply unless it happens to be that like I'm live streaming and I've got the helper running I can put my controller down. I can take a minute and reply to a message. But if one of my friends were to call me on the phone, I would not answer it. In fact, the ringer is turned off. But they can still send me a text message. And I just let them know I'm live streaming, that I can't answer any phone calls, and that's all cool. Because they can text me and I'll text them back if they want to. No, I think I said it was 1:20 when I was wondering, will it take another hour to finish this field? So I am trying to keep track of that. It looks like it's been about 15 minutes since then. And so that may be a fairly close guess. It may be pretty close guess. Now, one thing I'm noticing, and I suppose this information is provided by YouTube, but it says, it shows on my screen on my laptop, which again is a Google notebook. I call it a laptop, but it's a notebook. It's not really a laptop. It's not as powerful as a laptop. Can't do all the stuff. Can't even run all the Google stuff. So anyway, if I say laptop, I'm talking about my Google notebook. But I assume that the information provided on the screen, because I'm on YouTube, it tells me one person is watching, and that's me. That's my laptop, because I am watching, because I'm monitoring the chat. So I'm also watching the live stream. There's probably maybe about a 6-second delay between what I'm seeing on my TV through the PlayStation and what I'm seeing on screen on YouTube. So apparently it takes about 6 seconds for all the different renderings, for PlayStation to render and then for YouTube to render the video so that it can be posted live onto YouTube. Anyway, it tells me there's one person watching, that's me. It tells me that started stream 2 hours ago. Now it will say 2 hours ago until it says 3 hours. And I wish that it would have the hours and the minutes, like 2 hours and 18 minutes ago, because it shows me up to the first 120 minutes. So even at the 1 hour mark, it doesn't say 1 hour. It just says 60 minutes and 61, 62, etc., until we get to 120, and then, 119, and then at the 120 mark, it says 2 hours. And it will say 2 hours until it says 3 hours. And I wish it kept a more accurate clock for that part. I don't think that would be real difficult to do, but it is what it is. But I never know for sure exactly how long that I've been doing the live stream, other than I know it's been more than 2 hours, or I know it's been more than 3 hours, because that's what it's showing me on the screen. It doesn't give me an accurate count. So I do wish that was a little bit different also. And then I'm not even sure, to be honest, you know, when it's telling how many people are watching, I don't know how accurate that is either. And it's really weird because, like, last night, one of my subscribers came into chat and they typed out a few messages and stuff like that and chatted for a minute, and it was almost an hour later those messages popped up on my TV screen. And they should be doing that immediately. And I think a couple of times it actually did. But there were some of them that didn't pop up there at all. And then about an hour later, like 4 messages from that person popped up on my TV screen. And I'm thinking, you know, that person wrote that in the chat an hour ago. So I don't understand some of this stuff. Now I do see a button on here that says edit video. That's very interesting. And I am afraid to click on that button. I'm not going to click on that button, but I wonder, it does make me wonder if I could actually do like a time lapse kind of thing. If I go into that edit video and see what's in there, but not knowing what's in there makes me not want to go in there because I don't want to mess something up. I suppose a person could go look and see what the options are, but I don't want to get into something to where I'm gonna mess up what I already have. So I'm gonna have to stay out of there. But it is very interesting. I'm kind of curious as to what kind of editing I could actually do, because I can't really do much editing on my cell phone when I just record videos on my own. Of course, that's not what I'm doing now. But that's interesting. Now, one thing I don't think I'll be doing is, I don't think I'll be doing like any, like vintage survival challenges and that type of thing. Who knows though? I might do that, but I might wait until like, the next release of this game comes out in 2025. Probably it will be like November 2025 or something like that. So we got quite a time before that happens yet, I think. But maybe when, you know, when that is out, if I'm still playing this game, and this is a game you could play for years, you know, you don't need a new release. I can play FS22 for years to come because there's so many different maps. So, but I may try like a vintage survival type thing. I mentioned before, like the person, the channel, the YouTube channel that inspired me to start playing this game was a guy by the name of Daggerwin. And if you're familiar with this game, then you've seen him on YouTube. And the very first video I saw of this game was Daggerwin, and a very first episode that he did of a vintage survival. Start from scratch with zero money, and it was cool. But then when I realized, that you could do the helpers and stuff like that, then I was like, yeah, I want to try this game, because it's a game I can play without being in too much discomfort, continuous discomfort. Well, I keep looking at that edit video button. I'm really curious as to what you can do, what kind of editing YouTube will let you do with a live stream video. Of course, I really wouldn't want to do a time lapse with me talking, because you wouldn't be able to hear anything I had to say. So I would have to say, okay, I know I want to do a time lapse on this, like, for example, the planting of this field right here. I want to do a time lapse, so I just won't talk while we're planting, and that way I can go in there and do a time lapse and make it a much shorter video. But then it kind of it makes it a video. It doesn't make it a live stream. And live stream is what I want. But I'm still just like super curious as to what kind of tools are in the editor. But I certainly can't click on it right now because I'm broadcasting. And I don't want to mess anything up. Now, if you'll look up there at our money, you will see that we have used well, I can't even read what that says. Does that say 68? Yeah, 68,000. So we have done use 5, 6, 7. Yeah, about $7,000 worth of seed and fertilizer, because I believe it was at 75,000, maybe 76,000. Yeah, 76,000 when we started. So that's $8,000 worth of seed and fertilizer so far. So you do have to be aware when you're spending money, if you have your helpers buying the seed and fertilizer. And for me, it just makes sense to do that, because otherwise you spend so much time running back and forth filling up your planter or your seeder that to me, I don't want to be doing that. I don't want to have to keep running back over there and getting more. So I just let them do it, because I get it for free. So when I do stuff, I'm getting free stuff. So I don't mind paying when I have the helper doing it. It kind of helps balance it out a little bit. I'm starting to get sleepy. Now it never fails. Well, so far it hasn't failed. Right when I'm start thinking I'm getting ready to wrap it up, somebody pops in, or at least it says somebody else starts watching. And like I said, I don't know how accurate all this information is. I do know that I'm the only one watching, or I don't know that I'm the only one watching. I do know it says one watching, and that's all it said the whole night. It hasn't said at any point that two people are watching. It just says one person watching, and I do know that's me. That's on my my laptop here, my notebook, because I am monitoring it. So I'm actually watching it as I'm playing the game. I'm actually watching it at the same time so I can monitor the chat. But if tonight is like any other nights, all the other ones have been so far, or even when I did a live stream in the daytime, if it is like it has been so far, I'll get right in within a few minutes of being in that position to end the live stream, and somebody will pop in, and I hate to close the room when somebody just got there. But I think sometimes it just might have to be that way. Oh, I think my hour guesstimation as to how long it was going to take to finish this field is going to probably be, let me take a look here. Let's look at it from this way. It's going to be pretty accurate because we're about halfway done. Maybe not quite halfway, but about halfway, and it's been 30 minutes already. So that hour estimate is going to be fairly close. Fairly good guess. Actually, it might be short. It might actually take more than an hour. What is today? Well, it gets a little bit boring, this part right here, simply because there's really nothing for me to talk about as far as the game is concerned, or the farm, or that kind of stuff, because it's all been talked about already. There's nobody in chat but me, so it's really just a matter of biding time. Now, I have seen people play with no commentary, and I don't really like that, because I kind of like to know, what they're thinking as they're doing stuff. I mean, why are they doing what they're doing? I mean, I can follow along, I can watch the video, and I can see what they're doing, but I kind of like to know, why are they doing it? What's the motivation and stuff like that? So now, some games I do enjoy watching with no commentary, but not so much this game, and that may just be because my early introductions into this game, and most of the videos I have seen for this particular game do have commentary. A lot of them, there are some of the, like, I know Farmer Cop does really excellent tutorials, and there's others too. It's been quite a while since I've actually watched the videos on this game. I used to watch a lot, but once I kind of learned how to play it and everything, I kind of quit watching videos on it, because I already know about it. I know how to play the game, and you watch videos and you play the game, you kind of get burnt out on the game. So I quit watching videos on this game, but there are several guys that do really good tutorials, Farmer Cop being one of them. I don't really recall Daggerwin doing a lot of tutorial stuff, but he does make really good videos. And like I said, he was my initial inspiration for playing this game. And I know if you're familiar with this game, especially if you're familiar with YouTube videos about this game, then you're very familiar with the names of some of the ones that are given tutorials and stuff like that. But there are some that really go into detail and are very helpful. Okay, so I just switched over to 3 hours. Started streaming 3 hours ago, and we've still got a ways to go. Oh my goodness. So it's a good thing I had set my my goal was to get this field replanted. Hello. We now have another watcher, so welcome. We're getting some soybeans planted in this great big field that we just extended today, expanded the field. So we probably got another, I'm guessing another 30 minutes of planting to get this field planted. And the live stream just turned over 3 hours. And we're going to finish planting off this field right here. And then that's going to be it for today. But we've done all this, and it goes way back beyond what you can see right there. I'll pop the map up so you can see just how big this field actually is. And I'm going to finish that right there and get the rest of that planted, soybeans. And then that will finish out for today, because I've already been doing this for over 3 hours. This is a big field, taking a lot longer. In fact, I did part of it in the last episode. So it's been a long process, but it's not all been just planting the field. I had to create new field and cut, plow up all the grass down here in this area and stuff like that. So it's still been a long process. And we have an island. Can't really see it from here that well, but there's an island right there in the middle of our field. So we had to help our helper out quite a bit just to be able to work ourselves around that. And that brings you up to date. Gets you caught up with everything that's happened during this live stream for the last 3 hours. We've been plowing and planting. That's it. And I've been trying to think of things to talk about. And I'm figuring there's about 30 minutes left. Actually, there might be more than that. I don't know. I'm guessing, well, when I got to the bottom edge of that island that's up there, I kind of guessed it maybe another hour to finish getting this field planted off. And I think I think it'll be close, but it might have been an underestimation. It might actually take more than that. So I really wasn't thinking that this field would take this long. But I did have another field. I had another field that I did in potatoes, which was right here. And I had all this whole section, all this, all down through here, and all this. The whole section was potatoes. And that took me about 6 hours. I think it took me about 6 hours to harvest that. That wasn't completely turning it from harvest to plow to replant. I think it took about 6 hours just to harvest it. But I didn't do that on live stream. I wasn't making videos at that point in time. That was on my PS4. But I hope you're having a good day or a good night, whichever, depending on where you're at watching from. And I would say, if you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing. There's no danger I'll become monetized anytime soon, but it is nice to see that number grow. This is episode 9 of my live streaming as far as the farming simulator, and I did two 2 live streams of Snow Runner. So that's 11 videos, and I picked up 2 subscribers. That's pretty cool. Yep, so now I finally got the helper to where the helper is actually being able to like work pretty good right now. There was some places early on where it was getting to the edge of the field, pulling out in the road, and then it would turn around and then say, okay, I'm done. Finished. When it was not finished, it was like still 2.5 hours away from being finished. And it did that a number of times, but once we got down on the upper edge, up to the upper edge of that island, it has started working fairly well. I haven't had to help it, but I do have to keep an eye on it. And I don't know if you're familiar with this game, if you're one who plays this game. This is one of the best games for me, one of my favorite games, because I can set the controller down. You may have watched some of my live streaming in the past, I don't know, because I don't see a username or anything like that, so I can't tell. But you may have heard me talk about it before. I have arthritis in my hands. I have carpal tunnel syndrome, but I have arthritis in my hands, so it hurts my hands holding on to that controller for a long period of time. I can't play fighting games and stuff like that, so this game works out real well because I can just set the controller down, and it you know, helps alleviate that discomfort in my hands and stuff. That's one of the things I really like about this game. But it's a very slow going game too. I think there are some mods that like there's like I think it's called a drawbar, that you can use a drawbar and you can plow and stuff like that, and maybe even plant at the top speed of the tractor, which in this case is 32 miles an hour. But I was looking for that. Now that was on FS19, the release before this one. This is FS22, and I didn't see those mods the last time I looked. I haven't looked recently. I don't really use those because they're just so much not realistic. But as far as cutting down the actual time of gameplay, they are pretty handy, because I could actually do this field in about 1/3 of the time. So I think my watcher has left. Could just be somebody that stops by just to see just because they see a live streamer. And some people might watch and they may not like commentary, so they don't stick around because there's commentary. Or if there wasn't commentary, maybe they prefer commentary and they would leave because there wasn't commentary. So one never knows what to do. People are welcome to leave comments, you know, once it's posted as a video, to leave a comment and let me know whether they prefer the commentary or not. But kind of keep going back between 1 watching and 2 watching. We are finally getting a little bit closer to the end. We are definitely going to have another hour from the time I said, maybe an hour from when we was up there where that island is at, right up there. I said it might take us another hour to finish. We're definitely going to have that much time because that's only 10 minutes away from now. But we are getting closer. I can see the edge of the field over there. Now I have had, at least according to the numbers, I have had 4 people in here watching at one time. One of those being myself on my laptop here. But 3 other people. I've had 2 different people in the chat room, but not at the same time. So I've never had more than 1 person in the chat at any given time. I've never had 2 at the same time. So that's the next, I guess, milestone. The next milestone would be to have 2 people in chat at the same time. Other than myself. I mean, I'm in the chat also. I start getting tired and I run out of things to talk about. And then when I'm not talking, it seems like it's too quiet. But hopefully there will come a time when the chat will be more active. And that's my hope, is that the chat will become more active. And not just with people talking to me necessarily, but people chatting with each other and stuff like that would be cool too, you know. Yeah, we're getting closer to being done. We still got a little bit to go though. But not as long as we had to start with. Now I will tell you that one of the things that adds time to how long it takes to get the job done is how many times does that tractor have to turn around. When it's turning around, it's not working. So that plays into it. And in this case, it's a big field, so it's done a lot of turning. But there's no avoiding that simply because of the shape of the field. There's just no easy way to go about doing it. Although next time I will try something different. The next time I will have it working in a different direction. Because really, I would like to have it working in that direction. Like that. Actually, I might look at the other end and see. I think I'm going to ride along like this for a second. Because I think I might want to do it this way next time. I just have to try to remember how I'm looking at it. Yeah, from down there, in between that tree and here, straight across, but all the way from yep, like this. So I think all the way from this edge over here, like that. I think next time I'm going to start over here, just like this. Right here. Boom. If I don't forget, that's what I want to do. I want to come all the way down, right here like this, and go all the way out that way. I'm pretty sure that's how I want to do it, because that's going to get me running the full length of the field for part of it, or at least maximize. So yeah, I think that's how I want to do it. I'm going to watch when I get over to the other end and see if it lines up the way I think it will. Because I just have to try to remember to come down to this lower edge right there, boom, start it right there. And let it run and see how it works out. I think that's going to be the thing to do. Now, I may have to take some trees out back here if I do that. Because I do need quite a bit of grassy area just for the tractor to be able to pull up and make sure it gets to the edge of the field. I'm hoping that's enough. I'm hoping I left enough. I tried to stay away from the trees a little bit without staying too far away from them. Yeah, see the direction of the lines on my field for the plow? If I'm following those, that's perfect. And then it's going to come all the way out here like this. and just keep working. Yep. So that's what I want to do. So next time, that's what I'm going to try. We'll do that and see how it works out for us. All right, it's been an hour since I said we might have another hour to go. Since we're on this edge of that island right there, I said, well, it might take about another hour to finish. That was my guess, another hour, and it's going to take more than an hour. It might actually take an hour and a half. We will see. Well, maybe not another half hour, because we're fixing to get a lot shorter. The runs are going to get a lot shorter, because as you can see the shape of the field, so this is about the longest pass that we have left. And then they will all start getting shorter, quite a bit shorter, so that will help speed things up. So maybe not another 30 minutes. We'll see. I'm hoping maybe another 15 minutes or so, 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, because I'm getting very tired. Well, there's going to be, looks like one more pass that will be almost the same length as this one. And then they will start getting shorter, a little bit shorter. We got a couple more passes. But at least the helper is able to do the job. Yeah, I was just looking at this over here as we're kind of driving by. I may not have to take any trees out. That might be okay. So we'll try running, the next time we'll try running the planter. Actually, we'll try running the plow and everything from down here on this low, actually on the upper side end of the field, as we look at it from the farm side on the right hand side, the upper right hand side, and just let the plow itself is going to be like it has to be helped all the time, constantly helped. But it'll be nice when it takes off on a long run all the way down that field. Sorry guys, had to yawn. It's 2:23 in the morning where I live. And I'm just trying to hang out until I see that tree over there. That would be another great place to put an island in the middle of the field. But I don't know if I'll do that over there or not when we get there. We'll just have to see, because those kinds of things make it much more difficult. They're just obstacles for the helper to have to work around. We were able to work the helper pretty good on this one. I was pretty happy with the way it worked out, but we are going to change the direction of what we're doing on the next one. So then I'll have to look at that island again, but one way or another, when we get to it, we're going to make it work. But one thing I can say about the island that I have in this field, I should have stayed a little bit farther away from it because it's got some rock formations, and I do not have enough room for the tractor to be able to pull up into that island and seed the end of the rows right up next to the edge of that island. So I had to do all those myself. So I had to help him out quite a bit. So I did make that mistake. I could go in there with the landscaping tool and paint grass, field grass, and make the grassy area around that island bigger. But I really don't want to do that. It doesn't look right. And I don't want to have to take trees off of it. But I could pull the trees off, but it really wasn't the trees that got in the way. It was the rocks, the rock formations. And there isn't anything I can do about that, other than make the island itself bigger, and I don't want to do that. Oh, I just had to take a drink of Coke Zero. Now our runs are getting shorter. A little bit shorter. I thought I might see Paul Irwin hop in here today. I've not seen him today. I thought I might. He's come in a couple times. He's one of my new subscribers, but I also subscribed to his channel. He plays this game as well. And he's like me. I mean, he's had his channel going for a little longer than I have. His farm is like huge. So I was talking to him in his chat last night, and he was telling me that he's had his channel ever since Farming Simulator 2017. I've had my chat. I mean, I've had my channel for a couple of years. I just have never known really what I wanted to put on it. I thought I would be able to do retirement life because I'm retired, but I don't do anything. So I finally decided, once I found out I could do live streaming using my PS5, I decided I would start doing some of this game and like some Snow Runner. There are a couple other games I want to get. I don't know when I'll be able to get them, but at some point in time I want to get a couple other games and try them on here. I do have another game too called Sniper Elite 5, and I may try to do some of that. Different. It has like 8 missions, so I may try and do like a live stream for each mission and see how that works out. And that comes with I have well, I say that, but I have a PlayStation Extra account. And so I was able to get that Sniper Elite 5 through that account because I have the extra account. But PlayStation raised their prices on everything, and they raised the price for the extra from $99.99 to like $135 or something like that. And it's like, whoa, man, that's a $35 increase. But I have a few months before I have to consider that. I'll still be able to do live streaming because I have my PlayStation Network account, and that's all you really need. But if I want to play that Sniper Elite, I'm going to have to maintain my extra account. So I'll have to figure out how to make that happen. Well, we're getting closer. We are getting closer. It's going to be nice to have this thing done. Now, I was talking about the speed at which this can be done and the drawbars that will allow this thing to plant at the full speed of the tractor itself, which is 32 miles an hour. Right now, that would be real nice. If I could run down each row at 32 miles an hour as opposed to 10 miles an hour, because that would be 3 times as fast, of course. And that would be really nice. So instead of taking an hour and a half, it would take a half hour. But I could not find the drawbar when I was looking for it in the mod store. And then I don't really even remember which one it was, because in FS19, I had trouble getting it to work because it didn't seem like it wanted to work. I did eventually get it working, but it took a while for me to get the right tool, the right drawbar, because there was like more than one, but not all of them did what I thought they were going to do. And then you get that drawbar, only certain implements will attach to it. That was another issue. You had to be able to get the right implement, the right tool to attach to the drawbar before it would work at speed. You can also get the harvesters to run at speed if you use the modded tool height header. And I think all the headers, there's a mod for all of them that includes the tool height thing, which allows the harvester to actually harvest at the full speed of the machine. It's not limited by the speed of the header. And that was pretty cool. So on the FS19, I had 2 harvesters. I had matching headers. One was the tool height adjusted, and one was not, because in FS19, even if you had the header with the tool height adjustment, that would allow it to run at the operating speed of the harvester, the helper would not run it at full speed. I could run it at full speed. The player, the player, would be able to run it at full speed, but the helper would not. And then I have not tried it on FS20. I think on FS22, the helper will also run full speed. But I'm not positive on that, because I don't think I've even tried that. I don't think I've used it in FS22. I may have tried it out on the PS4, and that's why I'm thinking that in FS22 they changed it so that the harvester would run full speed even with the helper. But in FS19 it would not. We are getting closer. Getting closer. So we have what? Another 15 minutes? 20 minutes? I don't know. I know I'm getting really sleepy. So I'm glad I'm not driving. And I'm hoping this helper can finish out without needing my help, my assistance. Hopefully it can do everything else it needs to do. And the runs are getting shorter. Sorry guys, had to yawn again. 2:37 in the morning where I live. Now, as soon as we get this field plowed, well, we'll just go ahead and take our tractor back up to the yard, and then I'll save it. Am I going to hit 4 hours of a live stream? I don't think so. I don't think I'll quite make it to 4 hours. I'm thinking not. But we'll see. It might be close, actually. I don't even remember what time I started. I know it switched over to showing 3 hours that I was talking about this a little while ago. I'm looking at my, I'm actually watching the video on my laptop, actually my Google notebook, but I call it a laptop. It's really not, it's a notebook. But anyway, It tells me there's one person watching, that's me. And it says, started streaming 3 hours ago. But really, it's been more than 3 hours ago. At this point, I'm not sure how much longer than 3 hours, but quite a bit. So I wish it showed an accurate time other than just in 1 hour increments. The first 119 minutes, it will show 119 minutes, and then it goes to 2 hours, and then it goes to 3 hours, then 4 hours. But you know, it could have been like the other day, yesterday's live stream. It said 5 hours, but it was 5 hours and 47 minutes. So I wish on here it would show the 47 minutes, 3 hours and 47 minutes. I wish it was more accurate, so I would actually have a better idea of how long I've been live streaming, because all I know is 3 hours, because I don't remember what actual time it was when I first got on here. But I'm pretty sure that this live stream will be close to 4 hours by the time we're done. But we still got 15-20 minutes left to finish this up. Which means from the time we got to the edge of that island over there, and I said another hour, it's going to have been an hour and a half, because we're only 9 minutes away from being an hour and a half. But that's, you know, I guessed an hour. I would not have guessed an hour and a half. And it's probably going to be a little more than that. But maybe not too much more than that, but probably a little more than an hour and a half, because I think it's still going to take us another 10-15 minutes to finish this. I'm really looking forward to harvesting this field the first time, to see how much money do we make off of this field. That's going to be very interesting to find out. I would like to have my big tractor and trailer by then, so I can see just how much harvest we get off of here too. How many liters. But I don't think I can afford. Let's just go look at something right quick, because I think this guy could do what it needs to do. Let's go look at trucks for a second, just to get a base game idea of the truck that I want. That's the one I want. It's $142,000. Wow. Okay. And that's just the base price, the Roadrunner Plus. So, and then we want a trailer, which is down here towards the end. This one, how much is it? It's $81,000. So 81,000. 81,142. So $223,000 as a base. That's the base price, 223. And I'm going to need more than that. By the time I modify, customize the truck, the tractor. And it seems weird calling that a tractor when this is called a tractor. But that's what they're called. They're called tractors. Tractor trailer. I used to be an over-the-road driver. So I have been in 48 of the 49 continental United States, the lower 48. I've been in 47 of those 48 states, and I've also been to Alaska and Hawaii. I lived in Hawaii for 13 years. Lived in Honolulu, Waikiki. Not too far from the zoo on Kapahulu. About a block or so from Zippy's, if you've ever been there. Zippy's on Kapahulu in Waikiki. I lived about a block away from there. A block and a half by the time you went around the corner. And that's why my channel name is what it is, Hawaiian Hillbilly. I live in the Appalachian Mountains of Virginia now. And this is where I lived before I moved to Hawaii also. But Hawaiian culture is a big part of my life at this point. And so is the hillbilly. So, Hawaiian Hillbilly. And I have a lot of Hawaiian friends. We are getting so close to being finished. So close to being finished. Now, I do believe I'll be able to have my tractor and trailer. I just got to thinking about this, guys, because I think I have more than one soybean field growing right now. I might want to check that out when we get done here. I might want to do a real quick check just to see how many. I think I have 2 fields of soybeans growing, maybe 3 right now, because I was wanting to make cash, and they will all be ready to harvest before this is ready to harvest. If that is the case, then I will have I should have enough money to be able to actually buy my tractor trailer. Because I really want it. If not, I will take out a loan for another $100,000 So we're almost finished with this field right here. Hopefully it won't be too much longer and we'll have this field done. It's a pretty big field. And then once I get this field planted, I got to go check, just to double check what I got growing in a couple other fields. And I was just talking about how I want to get a tractor trailer before I harvest this field the first time, because I want this trailer that has a 250,000 liter capacity on it. I don't think that I'll get that much off this field, but I am curious, so I would like to be able to harvest the whole field and put it all in one trailer so I can have a better accurate count of how much money we make off of it. So I want to make sure I got a couple other fields of soybeans growing. I do have some canola and stuff in the silo that I could sell also, and I think I can take out another $100,000 loan if I need to, but I'm going to need about $300,000 to get my tractor trailer. So I just want to double check what I have already, because my other fields will all be ready to harvest before this one is, of course, because I already have them planted. They're already growing. But once I get this field done and I go check out what I have in my other fields, just to make sure I do have a couple of fields of, I think I've got 2 other fields, maybe 3, that have soybeans in them, then that's going to do it for this particular episode. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, probably close to 4 hours now. And I don't know if the one who's watching now, if you're the same one who's was in here a little bit earlier, just not too long ago. But if not, welcome. Like I said, we will be wrapping this up here just in another few minutes, just because I've already been streaming for about 4 hours. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please consider doing that. This whole live stream has totally been this one field. Oh, you're not finished. Why did you tell me you're finished again? We're doing this. So I began this live stream by creating a new field and extending the field that the existing field that I already had all the way down into here. So this whole section of the map, I'll show you the map here in just a minute. You may have already seen it before, but I don't know who's watching unless they're in the chat and I can see a username. Otherwise, I do not know who's watching. It doesn't tell me. All right, now it can tell me it's finished, and I'll be happy with that. We'll fold that up. And you can see how big this field is. it was back this way. Clear back here like this. We just had this part. So all this is what we just created today. We put that in. And it looks like I've got all these, I think all these are soybeans except for this one, but I want to double check that. Yeah, I just switched over to 4 hours, so yeah, I've been live streaming for 4 hours. Anyway, I do want to go check those and make sure those are all soybeans. I'm pretty sure they are because they're the same color and the crops are color coded. But I just want to confirm it. Now, one thing I noticed that I have, I need to do something. I want to change something. It's in this one. I want to go right here. Refill, refill, refill. Fuel. No. Turn that off. Because he's buying fuel. And I don't think I need it to, I don't need the helper to buy fuel. Because I have our fuel tank up here at the yard will give us free fuel. But I noticed a couple of times that the helper was buying fuel. Now, if I try to work on this field and it looks like I'm going to run out of fuel because I have the helper not buying it, then I will just put that back like I had it. But I do have it buying the seed and buying fertilizer, even though I can get it for free. I don't like making all those trips back and forth to fill the tank, so I just go ahead and let it buy. But now, one thing I wanted to check on, I did want to check on something here. I just want to check this right here. Yeah, that's soybeans. I'm just wanting to confirm that that was soybeans. And then I'm pretty sure this is soybeans. Yep. Now let's go over here. This is canola in that field right there. That is canola and that is soybeans up there. That I do know. So that's good. I'll be able to make some money. I'll be able to get the tractor trailer that I want. Now, one thing I want to do, I want to go ahead and repair this. And this is our repair station. So we'll repair that. And we will repair this one. Okay. And we don't need fuel because I just bought fuel. Or the helper bought fuel. I didn't buy fuel. The helper bought fuel. So we can just put that over here. I need to consider getting sheds, but I'm not ready for that yet. I can drop that. Now, I will show you the truck that I want to get. That's over here. I want to get this Roadrunner Plus, $142,000 base price, but I want to customize it, so it's going to cost more than that. I'm not going to go through all the customizations right now, but I generally upgrade everything to the max, so I don't really know what the price will be, but it's going to be more than that. And then I want to get this trailer, because it has an unreal capacity of 250,000 liters. It's $81,000, and it may cost more than that with the unreal capacity. I'm sure the price is going to go up, modify it just a little bit, customize it. But it holds all kinds of stuff, 250,000 liters. So I want that trailer, and I want to do that before I get into the next, before I harvest the big field down there. I'm really happy with the way the farm is coming along, the way it's looking. We've got honeybees, we've got chickens, and that's probably the only animals I'm going to do on this particular map. And I do need to get some at least one shed up here. I need to get one shed. It doesn't really look right, so I'm probably going to get a shed and put it like right in here beside where this fuel tank is somewhere, and see how that works out. Actually, let me try something right quick. Boy, I hate to end a live stream right when somebody comes in, but I can only do this for so long at one time. Let me pull this over here out of the way. Let's take a look at construction, sheds. Okay, and then where's the one that I actually, and I always just use these simple ones. Oh, that looks pretty big, don't it? That is pretty big. I didn't remember it being that big, but it'll fit right here, and that's all I care about. I just have to figure out. See, well, one thing I don't like, I need to back out away from it just a little bit, because something, I could put it like that right there. So I'm thinking I might do that right there. Just put one shed up here. I could put one there. I could move some stuff around and maybe put another one over this way. No, I don't really like that. Could I put one back this way though? Maybe. I might could get another one over here if I move some stuff out of the way. I wouldn't mind that too bad, but I do want to put one over here. I will put one over here. I'm not going to do it yet, simply because I want the money. I want my truck. My tractor trailer is priority. I can't even see what the price is on that when I get it over here. Not too bad. It's a $10,000 shed, and that's only $1034, so a little bit of terraforming. Well, I'll just put it as close as it's probably as close as I can get it. Yeah, about right there. 1034 right there. Oh, I could just go ahead and buy that, but I really don't want to buy it just yet. I'm not quite ready for it. I don't want to put it like, I don't want to put it this way. That's interesting though, because it could go way back there, but that changes the terraforming quite a bit. So I really don't want to put one there. And one of the reasons I really don't want to put one over here is because, let's go run the clock off for a few minutes. I want to run this clock for a minute. Actually, we can just do it this way. I think you'll see why I don't want to, let's run the clock this way. Let's go right here and let's let the clock run here for a minute, because when it gets dark, you'll see why I don't want to put that building, that shed, over on that side, blocking that rock face right there. Because I have my lights up there. See that? And that shed is going to block that. But I think that looks so cool. That come out really nice. I need to get a spotlight on my flag, and I don't think I can get a spotlight. I need to look. I may look through some of the mods and see, but I really do like this. It's a lot of lights, but I couldn't, unless I can find a different light set or something, I'm going to use this right here because it's lit up. I need the pathway to be lit up nice. And then I don't know if you've been up here with me before, but that's what it brings us up to. But I need a spotlight. That actually shows up from up here, but it does not show up from down below. So I need to figure out some way to put a spotlight on that. But I'm not sure how to do that right now. So it is what it is. Oh, it's raining. All right. So let's go back up here. Let's get the clock changed back. And let's just go ahead. We'll jump in here. We'll sleep until 8 o'clock. Actually, we should sleep until 9 o'clock. So it'll be daylight. Because in the winter time, 8 o'clock is still dark. And it's a very short little nap. And we just are daylight. If I had slept till 8, it would have been dark. It would have still been dark. So, let's save the game. Save it. Okay. And that's going to wrap it up right there, guys, for this episode. We got us a new big field put in. Next time we might have something we can harvest. Actually, what is that over there? That looks like that's ready to harvest. Over there on the hillside. Yeah, that's ready to harvest up there. So we'll be harvesting that in the next one. And we'll go from there. Hopefully we'll be able to, I don't know if we'll be able to do anything else. We might have to sleep, because I don't think anything else will be ready to harvest in the next episode. But we will have that, and that is soybeans over there, so we can sell those. It won't get us enough to buy our tractor trailer, but we might just go sleep for a day or whatever so we can harvest some more soybeans. We'll buy our tractor trailer and have ourselves set up ready to go. We may be able to buy the shed also and put it over here like we was looking at right there, and that'll take care of all that. So that's going to wrap it up for this episode, guys. And I will see you in the next one. Until then, God bless.